Hey, there we go. Hmm. All right. How's everyone doing? Good morning, guys. How are you? Any improvement? Yeah, kind of. I don't know. I felt better yesterday. I have to go back to the hospital. I was supposed to go last night, but I really didn't want to go over there. So, I'll probably go today. I have to like go get blood work done again. Yeah, actually, the kidney stopped hurting, but I still kind of feel like shit, which makes me think it's just like something else, right? Like a virus or something. It's so much blood work. Is your doctor a vampire? That's what I said. Stress kills, bro. You stressing? Am I? Huh. Interesting. You got a virus waiting in the ER. That's the problem with New York City emergency rooms. Is you're more likely to get something new that's way worse than what you have. It's a good filter. I would say lack of sleep and movement. It's the movement, not the sleep. That's what I was saying yesterday when they lost your other sample. No, they didn't lose it. They did the tests on somebody else's blood and then threw my blood out. I don't know if you guys know what a vial of centaur blood goes for, but it's quite popular in the black market. You need an ultrasound for your kidney? Yeah, I know. They didn't give me a referral for one, so I just scheduled one anyway. Last time I was in an ER in New York City, it was for an earache, and I left with the clap. You know, Mr. Gray Pubes, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, how did you get the clap in your ear? Thanks, Big Tillionaire. That's a great one. Oh, and you already put it in the Louvre. Excellent. That's quality healthcare. It's the best money can buy. They threw your blood out. They don't know who you are, clearly. I know. But you can't say that to people on the phone. What's the blue line? Well, it was support. Support's more towards 75 today now, anyway. New York City has some ruggedly handsome nurses. I've not been to see the doctor in 15 years. I fully expect the next time I go, I'll find out I have late stage 4 cancer of some type. That's pretty much how I've lived my life. I don't like going to the doctors unless I'm dying. It's not that I have like a fear of doctors or anything. I think they just waste my time. Also, we're getting that pill to shorten or stop the shortening of our telomeres, right? We don't fucking need medicine. Get the fuck out of here. It's a guy thing. Even when I almost died from COVID, I refused to go. I mean, it's not obstinance. If I was dying from a disease, I'm going straight to the doctor. Could we have Discord today? It's up and running. Everyone's listening to the sweet, sultry sounds of my voice over there. Yep. 31 people. You're the only one who can't hear me? If you have a good primary care doctor, they're really awesome to hang out with once a year to tell you that you should stop drinking alcohol and vaping. Shills. They just work for big weed. Fucking stoner ass doctors. When I got like my new insurance, I had to switch um my primary care provider, and I called him, and he was like, "Yeah, it'll be like 4 to 6 months for a physical." And I was like, "Well, we're never gonna talk again. Have a good day." Yeah, well, it's New York City, but I can get I can see a specialist tomorrow, right? I don't have to go the whole referral route. That's some poor people shit. You sure that wasn't Canada? Yeah, I'm positive. Come to DC. I can hook you up with a great doctor. I'm not gonna go see your street doctor, Rims and Tims. You guys don't know about it? Maybe it's just a PPO. I know, it's awesome. Epiphyllon is supposed to stop telomere shortening by coating the fraying ends. Last I knew, it was legal in other countries, but not the U.S. Hold on, I could probably find the name of it. there's a drug coming out that begins trials this month for human teeth regeneration. Where the fuck is that? Imagine your teeth like overgrowing like a rodent. You gotta like start chewing bark. Ah, yeah, it's Tello. Ticker Tello. Drug's called Telomere 1. You know who else grows extra teeth? Sharks. Yep, that's correct. Can you do really, really well on the idiot trade today? If I remember to do one, maybe. Look up hyperdontia. I don't think I will. It's funny that all the people missing teeth likely can't afford such a drug because it's not going to be covered by insurance. It's true. No. Just add minerals back into your diet. You know, the substances that don't exist in food anymore. I mean, you just don't eat sugar. That's pretty simple. Look up the movie Teeth. No, I'm not doing any of this. I can certainly remind you every 7 rows in chat 1 week until I join next month's job report. And Papa needs some Tello. Why doesn't health insurance cover vision or dental? Isn't eating and seeing part of health? No, they're separate parts of your body with their own insurance plans. But if you get an infection in your eye, your health insurance covers it, right? It's weird. It seems very arbitrary. I hate that you get to pretend to be an idiot to trade, but I'm just a natural, blessed with too much power I am. Thanks, dumb Yoda. My girlfriend calls them luxury bones. Yeah. What if you get a tooth in your eye? You're fucked. Yeah. Can we recover from here or just stagnate? This is not a great spot for a recovery. We're below a lot of short puts, which isn't great. I think we outlined that already. Isn't that typically a recipe for squeezes to the upside? No. Or, well, which? The recipe for squeezes to the upside is a bunch of in the money put delta. How do I go about moving my stop up without getting stopped out on a minor bounce? I mean, you're always you're not going to be able to completely avoid the risk of getting stopped out, but I mean, generally you're probably like, say you're short here, right, from today's high, and we drop to resistance, or we drop to support, we find resistance, right? You'd set your stop at that resistance, right? And then same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, right? Like if you want to follow a downtrend, it's usually what you do. You could, depending on how much theta you have on the option or how profitable you are, you could set that wider. But yeah, usually as you approach support, you're gonna move your stop up, and that's the point at which you have the highest risk of being stopped out, right? Because it finds support, bounces back, then fails again. So it's the bounce back that you're worried about. But if your support's still here at the prior resistance, right? You can wait for the lower resistance to form, then move your stop down. Is your marker aligned with your screen? Not entirely. Actually, don't know why it's doing that, but might be able to. Does that work better? Yeah, that works better. Yield curve uninverted. Yep. A little bit of support at 72. Huh. Thanks, Gary. I got a put at 5.9, currently at 9.9, monitoring for each support. It's 0 DT and doing well as we go down. I want to make sure I'm happy with 50% gains, though, if I get stopped here. Okay. AVGO, small miss on guidance, yeah. Yield curve, look at USD JPY. It seems like someone almost blew up this morning. Yeah, so the German balance of trade really fucking shit the bed. It was not great. hypothetically speaking, if your Vega put was 10% of your account and it swings enough for you to be annoyed by it, would you bother a YouTuber about it constantly? I assume you would. Yeah. Totally not factual. Oh. When do coal prices start to become a bit spicy? We got a little ways to go. I don't even know what they're at right now, actually. Accumulation's pretty nice. I would say above like 139. If we get over the hump at 70 here, we've got a pretty straight shot down to 54.50. You see a 50Ds on Fubo over here a few days late. Yeah, we didn't get much out of them. It was like a little spike. I think the largest pile of them was on the 4th into the 5th. And we moved from what, like 60 cents to 80 or some shit. 77. Thanks, Sugar Tits. No problem. I made twice as much money trading as I did at my job this week, but I still have enough settle cash to lose it all over trading today. What do? Well, I mean, options are expensive, so you want to be pretty sure of whatever you pick. Hey, nice. Let's get down to 50. 18.5 NQ. My Nvidia straddle's doing okay. So that wasn't such a bad choice. Plenty of sympathy with AVGO without actually paying for the extra vol. Yes, Dad, yes. What? Wasn't the unemployment data decent? Yeah, but everybody knows it's a lie, and it wasn't decent. It was just down 1 point. But non-farms missed the target. Also, EU GDP came in low. German balance of trade was dog shit. Average hourly earnings are up, which is inflationary. Participation rate was flat, I think. And then manufacturing payrolls were down. So not only did NFP miss, but manufacturing payrolls were down like 20,000 or 24,000 versus the prior 6 and the expected flat. I think non-farm private payrolls also missed the mark. And U6 unemployment went up. New ES low. Yeah. Testing 5464. Oh, look. Right where I drew the line. It's just magical. I went to the neutral zone. It'd be cool if we broke 5450. It'd be cool if you guys would make some fucking money so I could take a day off. Oh boy. What's up, Nuke? Talk to me. You gonna DM me some penis pics? My inbox is ready. Why did you do this to oil? I didn't do this to oil. CTAs did this to oil. Nice, Sahib. Good job, man. So, what we go to bear zone on SPX on your chart, and then boom, more bad stuff? Yes. Things get worse. I mean, CTAs will start selling around that point, right? Which puts a lot more pressure on the downside move. Prediction time. What happens first? A big REIT stops withdrawal requests. 2. B of A strategic investment division explodes. 3. Large MMF stops withdraws implodes. REITs are usually pretty slow. I would say that the biggest risk right now is that short paper blows up. Big curious about that 5500 donger. Looks sold. Are those your are those your puts? I hope not. Those puts got wrecked. Nice, man. JW's 15's best gains. Gains the best in the pickle jar. 600 to 5 million is insane. It's pretty fucking good. Yeah. Short paper is short-term debt securities, anywhere from like 1 day to 2 years. So they're going right now. What we're seeing a lot of is they're going short the short paper, which is the short-term debt securities, in order to pay the cost to carry on the long end of the curve, specifically related to the carry trade. JW is an actual trader. The guy clearly has talent. He left us too soon. They had good discipline. Very good discipline. So fighting the bond market again, nothing changes. Well, no. So if Fed rate cuts don't meet the bond market's expectations, everybody's short paper is going to find themselves underwater very quickly, right? Like the 1 to 3 month securities are gonna drop in value. So it really depends what the Fed does. If the Fed's more hawkish, then they should be in a better, like slightly better spot. But if we start, and that's why like the promise of rapid rate cuts is so scary, because they'll blow up, right? I mean, that's why we almost blew up in, beginning of August, was we went from pricing in, a couple rate cuts to pricing in like four rate cuts in less than 3 months. Lose 50, we dumped to 5,400. Uh, I would say at least 5,425. Is there a bottom SPX could hit today? 5,450 should be a pretty big support. If we were to lose it, 5,400 would be the next major level. Chris just leaned forward looking at the P&L on his straddle. I mean, every straddle for like the last 5 days. There's not a lot of support here on the SPX daily. 5,446 is a major support for like technical support for SPX. That's right about here. Those been getting wrecked. When turnaround, when peace talk, the promise of peace talks breaks down. This is like the 4th time that oil's gotten shorted on the promise of a ceasefire in Israel. It's not going to happen. Um, so they promise it, oil goes down for like 5 days, and then they're like, peace talks are getting complicated. This is too hard. We need to drop more bombs. And then, boom, oil back up. People are high as fuck if they think that's gonna happen. Yeah. I think it's like something people in the West don't understand. Netanyahu needs the war to stay out of jail, kind of like how Trump needs the presidency. Well, don't lose wars, right? If history has taught us anything, it's that you don't want to lose a war ever. There's a lot of like Western media portrayal that like Israelis are against what Netanyahu's doing, and they're not. It's a war that's been going on for 80 fucking years. And it's not like it's outside of, you know, Hamas's control. It's not just Hamas, right? Like even if Hamas was like, "Wow, this fucking sucks. Let's stop all this. Give back the hostages." I mean, that's not the only money behind Hamas, and like it'll just continue. Not really a war though, is it? Well, depends. Not for the innocent civilians involved. No. This is the fault of your Spanish ancestors, Gherk. If Ferdy and Isabella hadn't have kicked the people out, this would have all been okay. That's the part. Which part? A voting strategy this year is going to be a third-party section performing a sacred ritual known as Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Moe. Innocent civilians are always involved in wars. Well, caught in the crossfire at least. But if Hamas gave a shit about innocent civilians, they wouldn't have done the attacks in October, right? Like they knew exactly what Israel's response would be. They weren't like, "Oh, we're gonna orchestrate this thing," and nothing battle ever happened from it. Can't we all just get along? No. Well, definitely not there, right? You know nothing, Bob Snow. There's a ton of Palestinians who are like, "Hi, I'm Jim. I work on air conditioners. Oh man, I just got my ass beats by some military dudes and my house got bulldozed. Well, ain't that a humdinger?" Yeah, it's not great. Can we just agree that both sides are assholes? That's what I said when it started. I said it was a waste of time to talk about it because both sides suck and it's a miserable situation and it has been for 80 years. The only resolution that'll ever come from it is one side wiping out the other entirely. And getting involved and feeling things about it isn't going to change that outcome. So not only is it a massive waste of mental energy, it's a huge waste of time to talk about. I blame the Romans, probably their fault. The part of the world has been in perpetual war for thousands of years. Yeah. No way there are Palestinians named Jim. I blame the Canaanites. Do you have any thoughts on the war between the Gooseberry Protectorate and Squamsk? I don't know why he's got to try to steal their poisonous berries. He could just go to the grocery store and buy regular berries like other humans. I blame Obama and Dork. Probably Dork's fault. Dork voted third party, so that's what we get. Gherk, your NVIDIA 60s may be printing. They've been printing for a few days now. Hayden? That's the worst spelling of that I've ever seen. This parking lot berries have a little something extra, though. Cyanide. Jerusalem by Simon Sebag Montefiore is an excellent book on the history of the place. Huh. What price do you like for UEC longs? You want to play leverage oil on the upside? Could be worth it. I saw the exact spelling in big balloon letters in a front yard for a birthday party. J-Pop printed too much money. You know what it is people have like one kid nowadays, and they're like, this one's special. Right? We used to have like 10 kids, and we'd pick our favorite. We didn't give a shit what their names were. We're like, what's this one? Greg, right? Or Henry, or Bob, right? We just didn't try. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, kid number 8. What are we gonna do with it? Sure, Greg is very offended. Whatever. People used to be able to feed 10 kids that. What was that? Oh, I don't know where it went. One fourth coming out with some sort of deathly allergy to basic nutrients. There's some argument that that's due to the more sterile environments that we live in now, and our immune system is underexposed at early ages. First 5 kids would usually die to typhus or something. Yeah, but then they would have 10 other ones on top of that. That's like 15 children, right? They had so many kids they forgot about the dead ones. Is that how you got the name Gurk? I'm the most only child person you'll ever meet. And I have siblings. 3 kids, 3 wives. Hmm. Oh yes, lots of death in childbirth. I've been trying to persuade you to frolic in more meadows, but you've laughed me off every time. Well, who's laughing now, Mr. Sniffles? Well, I can't fix my immune system now. It just attacks anything that comes from nature because it doesn't understand it, much like me. Nikkei Fute's getting slaughtered. It's a good day to be short things so far. I don't really think 25 is a support here. Yeah, maybe. Kind of a shitty one. A lot of bot puts, 30. I feel like I've let a wonderful opportunity pass me by. I didn't buy puts over the last 2 weeks. What did you buy? What's up with 35? Is that support? Not really. Well, like, kind of a shitty one. They're just getting more puts bought at 30 and 40. Was the bond market the first to recognize that Moby was underrated? What do you have as next support on SPX Daily? Like 5360-ish? Next major support to the downside is gonna be ES 5433, which is gonna be right around. Hold on. The fuck? Huh. Yeah, it's gonna be about 5425 SPX. It's not a big support though, but it's a big support for futures. I'd say on the options chain, it's not crazy. Most of the supportive positioning on the options chain is down at 5400. Is 1675 a support for NASDAQ? For NQ? 15,815. 16. So there's support at 16,445 and 16,869. I would say the most important support on NQ is probably 17,180. It'll drop him like a fucking rock. Can you make 0 DTs cheaper? I cannot. This market's starting to dump pretty hard. Maybe. No, I want to stay along monster. I just want to close the short leg. What levels does CTA start selling off? First trigger should have been 54.46. Next big one will be 52. Well, there's a smaller one, I think, at like 53.75 and then 52.64. Do stocks usually get hard bounces on DN, or is that mostly GN? Yeah, DN's not so bouncy. Usually stock, I mean, that's interpretive, right? But I've found that stocks usually fall below DN and keep falling, or they bounce on GN. But when stocks rise back above DN after failing, they tend to outperform. Like if it can get back up, like DN's a really big resistance to the upside after a stock fails it, but um, if a stock gets back above DN after failing it previously, that can be really bullish, but not so bouncy. The reason gamma neutral is bouncy is because, you know, as you approach it, the MM's gamma hedge is going to 0, right? But if you move up off of it, the MM's gamma hedge starts to increase, right? And the further you move up, the more it increases, and that propagates bounces, like really hard bounces. Where's delta neutral today? On SPX? 5307? What's support here until 5400? The only relevant one is 5425, and that's because it's major support for futures. We're testing. We're like, this is what I said last night. If we failed to break out and that we got the continuation, the next most likely test on ES was going to be 5433 or 5434. I rounded, but that's where we're at. Oh, sorry, I accidentally boop. There. So that's the bear signal, right? So this could be supportive. We may find support here. We'll see if vol starts to trim down. Vol should kind of trim down as we move towards like 5,400 anyway, or ES 5,416. People freaking out on the uninversion. Yeah. I don't think they're freaking out. I think it's valid, right? The yield curve's on inverting and the Fed hasn't cut rates. Where are the JPM long puts? Oh, the big ones, they're down at fucking like 5170. Valid freakout, yeah, very valid. Alright, he got me. Upstart headed out back to the Wendy's dumpster. Upstart's been dropping fantastically. I'm very happy. It's down like 25% in a week. Bounce on future support check. Yeah, we just did that. Doesn't mean it's going to be a strong bounce. Bounces are shitty in these ranges. The closer we get to DN on the monthly, the shittier bounces get. What's the upside JPM color? 5750? That's a stronger bounce. Yeah. There we go. Right at our big support. Boom. God, imagine just drawing lines that are this good. Oh no. I missed by 50 cents. What a piece of shit. $0.50? That's it? I'm out. Yeah, understandably. Cover bid. Profit taking. Looks like the market shows violence today. Yep. Check yen. Oof. Yep. They did not uninvert the yield curve yet. Makes me think this could fizzle out, but where? That was the easy bounce. Now things get harder. Bot puts here at spot, but bot calls out of the money at 60, 65, 70. No. 65, 70, 75. Oh, interesting. Okay. So pull back to 54.50. Support there. Prone at 170% on 54.85 puts. Let's go. Nice. Or 54.85 put or call? No, nice. Bought it on the line touch, Chad. And we juiced. The fuck was that candle? Profit taking from puts. Oop, losing 50 support again. Right back down. This market is getting fun. Stopped everyone out. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, not everyone, but a bunch of people. Not me. I'm regarded. Oh my god. The song. I almost forgot. Hold on. I need to check something. Yep, this is amazing. Yes, I wrote a new song last night. Hold on. This shit's great.
You know, it's Monday morning and I'm feeling good. Thought I'd play some calls like I normally would. Saw the market jump, so I got real bold. Bought out of the money, now I'm ready to hold. I had the charts up thinking I was fly. All my trades in red, didn't blink an eye. My portfolio's burning, someone help me please. But I doubled down, cause I'm addicted to the squeeze. Saw you buying weekly YOLOs, it wasn't me. All your calls expire worthless, it wasn't me. Used to spot would hit 100, it wasn't me. Now your margins getting liquidated, it wasn't me. Saw you tweeting all in on Tesla, it wasn't me. Buying leaps on wishful data, it wasn't me. Blew your paycheck on those GME memes. Now you're broke, squeezing all your wings. I was daydreaming of Lambo doors, didn't check IV, now I'm on all fours. Bought calls at the top, thought I'd get popped, but now my portfolio's taking a drop. The Greeks weren't friendly, that that's on my tail. Looked at my account, man, it's gone pale. Tried to roll it over, but I didn't plan. Now I'm telling everyone, yo, I'm still the man. Saw you max out on those options, it wasn't me. Now you're crying about the losses, it wasn't me. Told your friends you'd be the next one, it wasn't me. Now you're back to running no fun, it wasn't me. Dropped a bag on some cheap puts, it wasn't me. Now you're asking for some shortcuts, it wasn't me. Lost your rent on those butterfly spreads. Now you're thinking about trading from your bed. Gotta admit, I thought I had the moves, but this game's harder when you're in the groove. I'm stacking losses, man, it's kinda cruel, but I keep saying it, this time I won't lose. Saw you buying weekly YOLOs, it wasn't me. All your calls expire worthless, it wasn't me. Used to spot would hit 600, it wasn't me. Now your margins getting liquidated, it wasn't me. Saw you tweeting all in on Tesla, it wasn't me. Buying leaps on wishful data, it wasn't me. Blew your paycheck on those GME memes. Now you're broke, chasing all your dreams. Maybe I'll just DCA next week, maybe. 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 Maybe.
This is Sono, right? How do you get it to make lyrics like this? Prompt engineering? You are AGI. I white? Nice. This channel's getting better and better. First he is a zillionaire, my port's up 27%. Thanks, Pickle Man. That's fucking awesome, dude. The getting that was going on in making this must have been extreme. Yeah, that was. Getting it to do the little hesitant maybe, bravo. It only took like 30 iterations. That wasn't even the hardest part. Getting the background lyrics on the chorus was a fucking nightmare. So first of all, you can't use any lyrics that Sono writes because they're stupid and they don't make sense in the real world. That's step one. Back to 20k subs fast? Nah, YouTube's got me capped at like 19. It's been 19 for like 3 years. I wish I could have gotten 5,400 on that bounce. No money. It's doubled. It was a nice bounce. Parentheses are how you get the background lyrics. Yeah. But a lot of times, like, it's not just parentheses. You have to put in like a bunch of periods before the parentheses. That way you can offset them. Otherwise, the background lyrics are they'll run at the same exact time. So you can skip quarter notes by putting in periods. I missed out on about $500 by closing my put leg too soon. Oh no. Nice first bounce. What about second bounce? We could. I mean, not good that it failed so fast. Costco is down today. Don Duck in shambles. My puts are killing it though. If you wanted more Esroff, I will when I'm ready. Taurus Kedging's picking up really fast. No shit. Is the support level at 25 weaker the second time, or does that not matter? Well, we haven't tested it a second time yet, but yes, it should be. How low do you think it goes? I mean, I guess that really depends. If we get a liquidity crunch in MMFs, we're probably going to see commodities dump really hard, right? They should bounce back just as fast, but I don't know. Maybe it could get back to like 13 or 14. What's the difference between SROF and UEC? SROF is a fund that holds physical uranium. So when their NAV is positive, they buy uranium and then they sell it. So it's pretty direct exposure to uranium pricing, whereas UEC not so much. UEC is also an unhedged miner. I full ported IWM long because Tom Lee. Am I gonna be okay? That's awkward. Yeah, so the only way IWM does really well is if the economy is stable, unemployment is improving rapidly, and rates are being cut. Tom Lee said we were going down after we did. Stream card goes hard. Third best day ever today. Nice, man. We womping? Doesn't look great. Lost 25. Starting to push through the bear signal on ES. Next stop, probably 5,400. Tesla may test 215. Wondering if it can tap GN today at 203. It could test 210, which is where support is. I love you. Thanks, man. I bought a 5,400, 5,395 debit spread on that bounce. Legged into 2 for net credit. Nice. I feel like we're gonna hit 27 on VIX. It's gonna probably start to get more spiky. We're running out of bear juice. It'll get grindier here as we approach like 5,400. The de-risking would carry as quick as they can here. No. No, it's starting to stabilize. Core 1M's popping. Oh, yeah. If Schadenfreude thinking about Nancy Skarkowski's AVGO leaps. Who the fuck is that? You know what? I don't want to know. Okay. Alright, cool. Looks like I'm gonna get myself a nice steak tonight. Well done, man. Good. Vic's bounced off my trend line twice in the past 2 days. I like. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hmm. I doubled my degen port in 2 days. Well done, man. BlackRock knows about your bear signal. Anyone else buy X on their big drop news? Big drop on news. No. Well, I didn't. I've turned 10.2k of SPY and QQQ puts into 16k. Magic. Well done, man. It's good to be a bear right now. It's pretty sweet. Are you being bearish? I want to start a company, publish blatant horseshit slander, then make $1 billion shorting. Okay. Going that media empire route. How's the chain? Good question. Well, we have long puts 54.25. I'm sorry, yeah, 54.30, 54.40. 54.25 short puts. If those fail, a pretty clear path back down to like 17, where there's still a bit of support. 15, 17. Hmm. Decent entry, maybe. Maybe we're still fighting with the bear signal. Might be like a straddle entry because it could still drop to 5,200. Call credit spreads and buyback on a bounce. Call credit. Wait, yeah. Silence is killing me. I need to know what the heck is happening here. Not much. We're at support. We found support at like ES 5435 and we're kind of seeing if that support is going to build up or we're going to slip it and move down to 5400. So it's not super exciting, but that is what it is. Waiting game, don't take profit on puts yet. I mean, it's up to you, but there's definitely room to move down if that's the question. I'm sorry, 5400. I turn into a head and shoulders. Yeah, I mean the support here is not very strong. Really, it's just like sold puts at one strike, and then we're getting increasingly more bot pits to the downside of like 5425. So 20's net long puts, 15's net long puts, and then there's a bit more support down at like 15, 5405, 5400. Ko-Fi slacking. Check 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Came in this world. It won't. Yeah, then you see the size. Oh. Hold on. I came into this world as a reject. Look at these eyes, and you'll see the size of the flames dwelling on the past. It's burning up my brain. Hot. Everyone that burns has to learn from the pain. Shit. That's intense. I like it, Kendra. Bars. And Oh, Limp Bizkit. That guy plays the wrist violin at night. He's never been shy about that. Chocolate starfish. Let's keep on rolling, baby. Zom going to 107. Oh, it's not going up right now. That's for sure. I don't know if 107 is really the next support here, though. Hold on. The next important support's going to be at 110. It already slipped the like 112.65 support. I mean, it's kind of trying to find support there, but it's weak. This is what 100 weeks of miserable Sunday streams is all about. I can't wait to feel bullish again. How do you feel about 5,400 breaking? Breaking? I don't know about that. That'd be a rough fucking day. Be a great fucking day. Fair enough. Can you look at NVIDIA and see what the lowest it hit is today? There's a ton of support at 100. Hmm. What do you think about Celsius stock? Might be a buy at some point. I mean, I don't think it's like bad or anything. J-Roll's chart said 5,900 end of week. I'm financially ruined. I opened so many pro verticals at SPY 50, 520, 521 that we're still trading in that range the last week for almost nothing. And that's a great feeling. Interesting. Celsius probably a decent buy under 20, ideally under 15. Drink company with a PE of 30 is wild. Yeah. Well, they make good profits. Tight stops here on 5400p. Yeah, because early support at like 54, 5410. I think. Yeah. It did Monster Rocket? What the fuck? Interesting. Ooh. Bounce failed. Puts one up 400%. Jesus fucking Christ. It's pretty dope. He closes and turns off the lights when the market's closed. I don't know, like a janitor or something. They didn't really close. Yeah, I was checking out their balance sheet. It's a good business. Also seems trendy. It could grow into the PE. It's just crazy. It and KO have the same PE, and KO pays a 2.73% dividend. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the pullback is unhealthy. Yeah, if we keep grinding down, I don't see why not. Why is the market? What do you mean market crash delayed? What market crash? We're not even below delta neutral yet. Chill the fuck out. There's no way at all we go below 53.70 today. I mean, it's not impossible. It's just unlikely. Weekend stream's gonna be ultra bear, and we rock it on Monday. Well, we've got to survive this a bit longer, right? Goolsby said some things. Fuck. Downs. I mean, we're at support. Like this is all supportive. 10, 5, 5,400. Hmm. Is it officially time to enter long-term shorts? I mean, we're still in a range where that would be very dangerous. DFE with the Chewy slapdown tweet. Oh, did DFE tweet again? We're shorting the fuck out of vol on Chewy for the last few days. Should have held my 930 5500p. I made 4K. I decided I would take profit. The real question, if I buy in again, have I bought the bottom, lose all the gains and more? I mean, I think at this rate, it doesn't look like the market's gonna crash until after FOMC. Right, like none of this data has been bad enough, and then we have inflation next week, which should be up. Good hunting at the doctor. What? No problem, little orphan Danny. Did you see the action on Costco and HLR? Yeah, I did. I'm still short Costco. I got a long time on those, though. Later, corgis. God, this is fucking boring. Yeah, still support at 10. If we lose 10, we start to push into the short puts. And that opens up like 5,400, 5,395. We're going to still try to defend this. Video tapped 100. Dillard's is up today. Hmm. This piece of shit gonna rocket into close. Has the pickle jar ever told you look and behave like a younger, more relevant to the poor as Orson Welles? No. If DFE pissed at that Chewy meme, why is GME going up? Chewy? DFE finally got out from underwater on Chewy. Stop loss be 100% appropriate? What do you think? Citizen Kirk? Is that you, Hamflower? Nice. Well played. That implied. Jesus fucking Christ, it's been 5 minutes. We get it. Interesting. Mm, maybe. That was an interesting run. He is what, like fucking 0 DTEs? Nah, those are already pretty high. Gamma max is 2484. So it failed just short of that. Jamie's not up more than 10%. It's not gonna halt. Still have a decent amount of bot puts at 54.15. Keep pressuring the downside. I mean, this looks like a continuation to me. Maybe we eventually get the breakdown. But NQ looks like a recovery. Hmm. DFE tweets he's down with GME as a DFE size position exits Chewy, then a subsequent run on GME. What mean? He might have gotten out of Chewy and back into GME. I feel like that makes perfect sense. Hmm. So DFE only had like 3 exits available to him. So he either took this one or this one. Because this was, kind of too short. So yeah, I would say that that could line up with the sell-off since the earnings beat. Didn't he have like 6 million shares of Chewy? I think it would have been like there's only been 2 million shares sold over the last hour. That doesn't line up. Chewy's been selling off. Yeah, there was like 5 million shares dumped Wednesday into close. That's more in line with his position, but he has to file a Form 4 before he says anything to the public, so that would be because he's a beneficial owner, right? How long by tomorrow? I mean, it would probably have to be filed already. He had 9 million shares? Oh, interesting. Well, there's about 9 million over the 3 major volume candles in the last 3 days. Help, I can't stop buying packs. Should do good if the dollar drops. Under 130. Yep, it's moving down. CTF, you went from billionaire to a poor? How do you go from... What? You have the exact same number of shares he had on GME. 9,001,000. Same like RC. You've been scooping any more AQN at these prices, or you wait till a drop below $5 to do so. I have a buy order open on AQN, but I don't remember where it's at. It's at $5.10. Who to buy before earnings without a reason? Probably thinks earnings will beat. It's a pretty good reason. Get in before the IV spikes. How many shares would he need to have to report on GME? I don't know. What's the float now? Like 334 million or something? More than 5% of that. Getting a little bounce here. $16 million shares. Is that what happened in August after our micro crash? Kind of, yeah. On a longer time frame, yes. So if you look out on the weekly, so I'm just doing some work. Starting to fall into the short puts. Have we hit any CTA levels? 54.46. I picked up some Siri here. Is it still worth playing, in your opinion? Is it under $3? It seems to be a fairly good deal under $3, provided the merger goes through. Looks like Liberty Media is going to be redeeming each share of common stock for 80.83 and LSXMA. So each share of Series A Liberty, Sirius XM common stock, exchange for a share of common stock of new Sirius LSXMA. All right. Interesting. I mean, if this pushes, we can test like 53.95. It's gonna be. It's gonna start getting really hard to go down much further today. kind of running out of room. You're still in your put side of the straddle? Mm-hmm. No, I didn't have stops on it. They're also for next Friday, the pits, so I might just like box them and carry them over the weekend. Like if I can sell the 53 mm, 53.85 or 53.90 put against them, I'll probably do that. And then just open up a new straddle for Monday. Yeah. I'm closing the video puts today. I hope I don't regret that. I need to start trimming them a little bit, I think. Like, I have till 2026, but I feel like I should take some money off the table at this point. Because getting below 100 is going to be tough, at least psychologically. They're up to like $5 right now. You bought those puts on the video around 130? Yeah. I got on them at like, it was like $2.60, 68, something like that. I think it was like 268 a contract. But I sold a bunch of them already. And then I didn't buy more on the bounce. So I only have like 50 left. Yeah, I sold October 425 for the same price I bought October 445p a few weeks ago. Nice. Wait, I sold in October for 25p for the same price. Oh, okay. I know some of us are working on grammar, but I think we've all finished the Siri article now. Oh. Sorry. If this bounce fails, can we break 5,400? Maybe? I mean, at this point, there's no guarantee of where price is going to go to the downside. 5,400 or slightly below 5,400 is possible, but it's going to be very hard to get the price down that low. Maybe as puts get cheaper and the 54.15 puts build up. But if we cross the 54.15 puts to the upside, we could start to squeeze the in the money puts out, right? So we don't want to break resistance here. We definitely don't want to break resistance at 30. Um, yeah, things could get kind of squeezy, oversold a bit. Also, NQ still recovering, right? I should probably close the September 20 put I have. Well, even if we bounce, it doesn't mean we're not going to go right back down again, right? But yeah, I mean that's you only got like a week left on that. I don't know how much you're up on it, but you can always buy new puts, right? Here's what I can tell you: we're at a major resistance, and the likelihood of a bounce here is increased. Do with that what you will. A meta 500p expiry 9.6. Should I roll over to 475 for next week? Do you think meta's gonna keep going down next week? I mean, you're not even in the money now. 500's a huge support on meta. Not that it can't slip, but I'd be careful. Meta looking good. I mean, meta's looking bearish as fuck, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. All of the mag 7, like if they push the dispersion trade, all of the mag 7 can reverse off any major support. Yeah, it looks fine on the weekly. Still looks like it's gonna see more downside on the weekly, but it does look okay. Recovery on NQ is not looking strong. No, it's not. But it's still recovering, right? It just needs to build support here. And then get back over 18.5. Yeah. Excuse me. Well, this credit spread was, or calendar spread was fantastic. Gherkin, my genus. Meta has 2x levered long ETF now with option chain FBL. Oh. Interesting. Before GA becomes a thing again, do you have interest if there's proper potential or fully done with the company and the whole topic? I've said it before, I guess I'll say it again. I'd buy GME. Maybe under 15, but at like 10 or 11. What's for lunch? No idea. I'll go see what I can make with the food that I have in my kitchen. Or I'm gonna order something. I don't like Cohen. I mean, so it's going to be outside of a situation where there's an extreme value. Um, I don't really have any interest in owning like a company that he has any controlling interest in. I don't think he's a good manager or CEO. I think he's fumbled his way through what should have been a fairly easy turnaround. I don't know about lazy, overly conservative when there's no reason to be. You can only do so much with GME. Bullshit. Fidelity might liquidate my put debit spread. 500p, 495p around 3. Adge. I'm just cautious. I'm not talking about you. You're cautious because you don't have money. Third or fourth gen rich kid? Nah. It's obvious the current business model is dying like Blockbuster. He has the cash to pivot, he just doesn't. But we've discussed a million ways that he could pivot the company. But he wants to turn it into a money market fund. Which, I mean, why use GME as your money market? Stop talking about me being poor, damn it. That's secure. He also wants to be Elon, yeah, which is gross. I mean, there's a million other companies out there. Why GME over anything else? There's there's tons of companies that have cash on hand that are undervalued. There's companies that have unrealized P, like Monsters trading at probably half of the PE it should be right now, right? There's value everywhere in the market. Not specifically Monster, but like there's value all over the place. Why GME over anything else? And the only argument is, you know, some mysterious short position that's been more than covered 1,000 times. Most people got into trading because of GME. Don't get me wrong, man. I fucking held the stock for like 3 years. I have my attachments to it as well, but there's risk there that I find untenable. I sold it at 18. 17, 18. Which was more than a sufficient return. I also made like 400% on covered calls and then sold it at 18. Yeah, it went to 80. That happens. But I also put like 50% of the money into QQQ on the dip, so and then got out, well, close to the top. Sold a little early, but I was happy with that. I mean, it's not like the money just disappears after I sell GMA. I can do other stuff with it. But I went long QQQ like bottom of April with half that money. The other half I put into 10 and 20-year treasuries, which are up massively right now. I also started trading with AMD. It was my first stock. Stalkers will reinvade the pickle jar over this. I'll just ban them. That's what I usually do when they show up in force. What stock have you held the longest? Ever? AMD. AMD was the stock that I held the longest. I was buying AMD with like extra money I had back in like 2012. Team Red. AMD. Do you have Upstart Greeks? Yeah, what's up? What are you looking for? Any specific one or just all of them? GN. It's testing GN right now. Well, moving to test GN. GN's 3291. Delta neutral's 2836. Delta neutral's moving up towards spot though, and total delta on the chain's been falling off. There's almost no gamma left. Or probably is gonna go negative gamma today. It's pretty fucking close. I'm still in puts on it too. Would you rather? I think Intel's just horribly run. I don't know. I probably have a price where I'd go long Intel. Just because even though they're fucking horribly run, they're still the primary beneficiary of the CHIPS Act, right? Provided the CHIP Act isn't going to get turned over, which would mean like a Kamala win, right? A Kamala win and Intel at like 14 or 15, I would consider it. You too could have the Greeks. Try Gamma Strike today. Well, they can't, actually. It's limited access currently. And then AMD, I mean, if AMD falls to the right price, I would absolutely go long AMD. I think Lisa C is a fucking fantastic CEO. She doesn't bullshit anyone. She never overpromises. Um, and she outputs just phenomenal products, right? I mean, everyone ignores AMD, but they catch up to everyone fast, right? And immediately become a threat. They've already taken over, the enterprise space from Intel after taking over, consumer chips. If Jensen thinks he's safe, he's wrong. Do you have an AMD in your computer? Mm-hmm. I have a NVIDIA graphics card, but that's just because somebody in the pickle jar gave me a fucking sweet deal on it. They are cousins. Well, like distantly related, I think, but If Lisa Sue left AMD, whatever company she left to run, I would probably buy into. I can get you a better deal. Just give me your address, please. How's your health going? I'm worried about her retiring. She's not going to retire anytime soon. If AMD gets back around my buy-in at like 80, I'll probably start longing it again. Unless there's a crash and I can pick it up for like 50 or less, but I don't think that's going to happen. Well, not the crash, I just don't think it'll drop that low. You mean when DFE buys back in and proves that he did sell all his GME and buy Chewy? And people who hodl are morons. I thought of AMD at 50. It makes me feel some tickles. I don't think he made that much on Chewy, so his position's probably not going to be that much bigger. Also, no Form 4, so I'm not entirely sure he's out of Chewy yet. Health is wealth, my boy. All the money in the world isn't worth anything if you can't use it. What? Yes, it is. It's a score. What the fuck else do you think I use money for? Stuff? Oh, okay. I mean, I do buy some kitchen accessories sometimes. If DFU posts an update today, how big of an effect on Jimmy's price do you suppose? I don't know. It's near Gamma Max. There's not a lot of near the money sold calls to squeeze out except at 25. So maybe somewhere between 25 and 30. Glorious. I'm just selling lemons until
Hydration check. Put their pickle in my jar. Bring out the water cannon. Gherk 3.
Hydration check. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. I mean, not inconsequential. But, you know, 25 to 30 range is quite a spike from the current positioning. Like that's like 30% up. And opens up the possibility for like Vana and Vega to start squeezing again, right? Because there's still long dated short calls way the fuck out of the money on GME. They're not going to be as sensitive as they were the last time he bought in, but it's still in effect. I gotta post Lisa Sue Clarity. What are we buying? I'm kind of thinking about picking up some Siri, just like shares. Bar rate's still good on it. Hmm. Hold on 1 second. profit taking here? No. It still doesn't look like bullish. There's long puts. There's long puts still at 54.15. So we're still pressuring the short, like the bigger short put pile at 54.05. If that squeezes off, we can still dump to 53.95. So as long as we stay under 54.15, this stays pretty bearish. I think it's still not cheap enough. So Siri itself is 0.1. So every 10 shares should be 27. 27.70 a share in the new corporation. Interesting. Can we lose 5,400 today? Yeah. That's possible. Yields moving up. Well, no. I mean, the yield curve is still uninverted. Top end of the curve's moving up a little bit. We're still getting a pretty hard push in dispersion and dollars rising. So, I mean, bulls are definitely trying to build support here after they lost the support at 5,500, right? I don't know how significant that is, though. Top 400. Linkin Park announces new lead singer Emily Armstrong. Okay. Are bear spreads on ABBV still good? I don't know. I just got out of mine. There's support. There's support at 90. So it's still got a little bit of room to move down, but it's a lot riskier now that it's done failing, right, and found some support. So selling here, I mean, it could very easily push back up to 200. Everyone's staying back. It's gonna push up to. It's gonna rip. Well, yeah, if we break. Yeah, oh, we did break 54.15. Jimmy ripped to like 50 cents below Gamma Max and then dropped back to $22. Is this gonna V back to 5,500? That's a bit of a stretch. But back to 54.50 isn't. Also below delta neutral, so V is not as likely. There's huge resistance to the upside at 30 and 40. Just slightly more bullish than it was below 15. I mean, this is kind of a similar situation to yesterday, right? You could go long here and then put a stop, and if it breaks out, you know, you make some money. It's not confirmed. Confirmation's like up here at 54.60. Interesting. I sold my PFG, transferring cash to WeBull to prepare for a longer term short position. I'm thinking 15 to 24 month to expiry puts on SPY. Interesting. SPY is starting to fail delta neutral or failed delta neutral. Makes sense, I suppose. Alright, I'm gonna grab something. I'll be right back. Hmm. That gap at 40? Maybe. I would fucking love 24-hour options markets. But I would still say the number one thing I would change. Then you'd never sleep again. Yeah, true. Is there something wrong with my brain? I don't learn good. What happened? Futures options is 23 hours. Yeah, I know. I went for a walk last night. Like a long one. It was nice to get out of the house. I didn't intend to, but being too emotional and not trading what's in front of me, I might have to take a break. Back to the paper accounts. I'm even on the month, but I lost $500 of the gains I had. I mean, in this game, not losing money is winning. But if you sense that you're not doing what you should be doing and trading what works for you, and you're starting to let your rules slip, just don't trade for a little bit. Sometimes your intuition isn't wrong. You just need to refine it. Sometimes you're just getting greedy or, letting your emotions take over your trading. And paper trading is a really good place to go back and solve that, right? I'm up 200% this week, just not being greedy and selling when green. That's awesome. But it's a trend week, right? So when the market's going in one direction, it's easy to make money. It's the rest of the time that it's a bitch. I kept wanting to catch this bounce and kept losing $12 here and there. Why not just play the out of the money call? Like, define your max risk on the position and like target the breakout of 15, right? If it doesn't break out, you don't make money, but you don't lose that much. Some positions don't need to be managed. Well, think about it. You're back when we were trading at like 54.04, right? So we know the positioning. I mean, because you asked, which I understand. And after we have the options platform live, then you won't need to ask me. But like we know resistance is at 15. We know the upside breakout to the next resistance is at 30, right? So if the market's going to bounce, and it's going to bounce hard through local resistance, it's going to hit like 25 or 30, right? And when we were trading at our low here, the 25 contract was $250, right? We know 5400 is major support, so it's very likely that we're going to get a big bounce somewhere. But you can just take that contract, right? Sorry. It was $4. Now you can sell the out of the money contract against it, right? So you can sell the 50. And that would have brought it down to about $2.50. And then that's just your loss, right? That's not bad. If you've got like a $10,000 port, that's a tiny loss. But if it goes to the upside, right, you can make a 10x gain. Potentially. And on the move up, that hit like $6, so it almost 2.5x. I haven't used the pen. I think the pen's working, but I haven't used it. Yeah, it is. I turned 1.2K into 65K these past 3 weeks. You're a literal god, and I am your disciple. Not a cult, though, I'm sure. That's fucking awesome, dude. Well done. Grunk, my put is green. I know how you feel. But that's a better, that's just like, I'm trying to give you an example of a better way to think about it. How many bills are covered with a single paycheck? I mean, you still don't want to blow up money, right? Because otherwise, why not just save it? Interesting. Save. Yeah, then you only lose money to interest. Or, inflation. If you're trading indexes, you have to think about where the levels are and what effect that'll have on price action. Oh, I know it was very risky. Walgreens, I know. Nobody's ever turned $1,000 into 60K without taking a lot of risk. I have money on the sidelines. Should I put it into play? I was thinking of running a flea flicker to try to get that sweet, sweet first down. Full port into full port into full port. Don't try to replicate. I'm regarded. I've done that with paper trading accounts. It's not the worst. You just have to be right 10 times in a row. I may have put my measly retirement into GME today. Oh no. It's entirely company funded and none of my hard earned moolah. Alright. Does C-Mill know? I did that long ago. Do not recommend. There's a little bit of covering on GME, but not a lot. There's a ton of short puts at 25. It still looks kind of bullish on the 1 hour. It's coming off of a run, so short vol is exposed. I mean, if DFE did buy in to GME here, smart. If he bought in big. put the trade in for her after telling her it was a bad idea 10 or 12 times. Did she at least buy it like 20, under 22? Did you teach her how to sell covered calls? Do you still respect DFE? Yeah. He's got giant balls of marble. He definitely takes trades I would never, but higher risk, higher reward potential. I feel like something may happen over the weekend. It could. $22.91 and not enough for 100 shares. I'm gonna start over with 3K. Do it again this month. Just you see. All right. Who's a billionaire for a day, which is more than all of us put together can say. It's true. You seem very risk averse. I am. I like compounding gains. Compounding interest is man's greatest invention. Tortoise, hare, you know, all of that. I also like pounding gains. I'm too emotional to do the trading myself. I want to learn though. Do you think you haven't? Do you think it's within your capacity to get rid of those emotions? Okay, Einstein. You gonna say he was wrong? A lot of post-grad physicists that have ruined their careers trying to prove the same. If you're getting too emotional, you're risking too much money. For some people, though, Dork, that's like $1. Is it a realistic strategy to play tails? Sure. There's literally tail funds. That's all they do. Whoa, 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 don't call me out like that, bro. Oh, come on. Your risk tolerance is like $100. Then you start to get giddy. You're like, Gurk, I made $70. Risk tolerance is actually stupid. 30% of port value. Stop trying to make it sound like a bigger number. The only trade I made today is when you said 5,200 is possible. I bought 4,300 for $25. Then you corrected yourself to 5,400, so I sold for 30. Easy $20 profit. Jesus Christ. Thanks for reminding me why I don't want to do this. I don't see many spots where 54.15 looks all that big on Gamma Strike. It's intraday, 0 DT. You're looking at last night's. Also, Gamma is relative to moneyness, so as spot moves, so will Gamma. Oh, fuck my life. Yeah. Soon, though, that may no longer be the case. How often does Gamma Strike update? Right now, twice a day. I think we're updating it. Yeah, we're updating it 7 p.m. and then we're doing an OI revision with the OI release at 6 a.m. Which I think we're in the process of automating. And that's it for Greeks. Greeks, I mean, there's no Greeks need OI, so there's only 2 OI updates a day. As we put live data into place, then the like Greeks by strike and stuff will start to, well, at least for SPX, will start to update intraday. On equities, it's questionable if there's any actual value. Why is my refund still pending? I don't fucking know. Ask your bank. Because your bank hasn't processed it yet? Fixie's been doing great. What do you think for gilts over the next couple of years? I don't know what the current 10-year rate is. It was better last time you asked. Back in like May. I don't think I'd want him at 4% interest. Or under 4% interest. That's like barely above inflation. May was when I bought. Yeah, I know. I remember when you asked. Yeah, I mean, playing the long side of the recovery and gilts would probably be good. I mean, I don't know how much they're gonna recover, but that's probably, well, at least on the shorter end, that's probably where I'd be positioned. But I don't know. I don't like it at like 3% yields. Why is USG JPY spread getting shittier? People shorting Japanese bonds. JPM told me the carry trade was completely unwound. Shocker. I'm starting to think we're not going to close over 54.30 anymore. Probably not. There's a huge resistance at 30. tons of bot puts. They pressured them once already, right? But they didn't get very many of them to close out, and we rejected. So this is the world we live in, right? You guys got to remember this from the last time we were down. When we're below GM and DN, or GN and DN, we no longer have V's, right? We have these. Blasphemy? Well, there's a reason for it, right? I mean, think about it. When you're above gamma neutral, right? The market maker is buying the downside, right? So as you move down, the MM is buying. And so that means that the drop is, first of all, less steep. And it reverses harder. Now, because the MM was buying on the way down, when it reverses, you tend to get above the prior level, right? And when you break above that prior level, the MM hedge goes more positive. Under gamma neutral, the MM is buying into the upside, but that means when it reverses, they dump because they're selling the downside. And then below delta neutral, you have the MM actually selling into the upside pressure and then selling into the downside pressure as well. Because now the majority of delta is out of the money, right? So you have charm. Charm's decaying negatively. Which means that the MM's kind of... We're not there yet, but we're getting into a position where the MM is kind of selling into just the flat tape, right? That's much further down still, but when they'll actually be doing that, but they're not really like buying the rise in price on the delta side. They're just picking up gamma hedges. And then when they dump those, it's more extreme because not only are they offloading whatever they picked up to hedge charm and delta on the upside, but they're dumping the shorter dated positioning too. Buyers buy from the MM above GN, and sellers sell to the MM below GN. Yeah. Where's Vana neutral? I don't know. Vana would have two. I was about to say which one. Monthly DN's getting kind of close. Is it worth picking up October sub 5300s in case we slide through it? It might be violent. I think we're probably going to find some support before we get to it. Some more substantial support. But if we lost it, then yeah. I mean, you could bet on it. It's risky. Charm negative into the end of the day. Another pump becomes less and less likely as we get closer to the end of the day. Well, yeah, I mean, you think about those last like 15 minutes, in a bullish environment, the market tends to rise into close, right? And bearish environment, the market tends to drop into close. And this is because of the effect of charm on zero DTs, right? Now, the charm on zero DT is actually relative to the zero DTs bought that day. So the definition of bullish and bearish environment is not the same as it is on the macro like scale, right? It's a lot different. Like overall charm on the chain could be positive, but there could be a lot of negative like a lot of negative charm on the zero DT side. Have you already played the new song to death? Or can we hear that puppy one more time? Alright. I don't know where I put it.
You know, it's Monday morning and I'm feeling good. Thought I'd play some calls like I normally would. Saw the market jump, so I got real bold. Bought out of the money, now I'm ready to hold. I had the charts up thinking I was fly. All my trades in red, didn't blink an eye. My portfolio's burning, someone help me please. But I doubled down, cause I'm addicted to the squeeze. Saw you buying weekly YOLOs, it wasn't me. All your calls expire worthless, it wasn't me. Used to spot would hit 100, it wasn't me. Now your margins getting liquidated, it wasn't me. Saw you tweeting all in on Tesla, it wasn't me. Buying leaps on wishful data, it wasn't me. Blew your paycheck on those GME memes, now you're broke, squeezing all your wins. I was daydreaming of Lambo doors, didn't check IV, now I'm on all fours. Bought calls at the top, thought I'd get popped, but now my portfolio's taking a drop. The Greeks weren't friendly, death is on my tail. Looked at my account, man, it's gone pale. Tried to roll it over, but I didn't plan. Now I'm telling everyone, yo, I'm still the man. Saw you max out on those options, it wasn't me. Now you're crying about the losses, it wasn't me. Told your friends you'd be the next one, it wasn't me. Now you're back to running no fun, it wasn't me. Dropped a bag on some cheap puts, it wasn't me. Now you're asking for some shortcuts, it wasn't me. Lost your rent on those butterfly spreads. Now you're thinking about trading from your bed. Gotta admit, I thought I had the moves, but this game's harder when you're in the groove.
Why is this song attacking us?
Man, it's kinda cruel, but I keep saying it. This time I won't lose. Saw you buying weekly YOLOs, it wasn't me. All your calls expire worthless, it wasn't me. Used to spot would hit 600, it wasn't me. Now your margins getting liquidated, it wasn't me. Saw you tweeting all in on Tesla, it wasn't me. Buying leaps on wishful data, it wasn't me. Blew your paycheck on those GME memes, now you're broke, chasing all your dreams. Maybe I'll just DCA next week, maybe. 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 Maybe.
I feel like the song's about my trading life. I did not give you the rights to make a song about me. I'm mastering prompt engineering on Sono. Do you have Thunder's Gherkin songs still? I'm not playing any of Thunder's songs until he shows me he's made profit on his Vega 2Ds. But fair trade-off. Should do something jazzy? Maybe. Wait, I did the Bull Necessities song. Did you not hear that? That was jazzy.
Look for the bull necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. Wherever I trade, wherever I roam.
That's not ragtime. It's EB major C minor. It's jazz.
The S&P is buzzing in the trees, making all those profits just for me. When you pick a stock or two, it doesn't take long till you're in the blue. When the market's hot, just have a thought that bullish runs are the trader's pot. Look for the bull necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress.
It's EB major.
Necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise and let those bulls bring you the prize.
Are you saying E flat? Yeah.
When you pick a stock or two, it doesn't take long till you're in the blue. When the market's hot, just have a thought that bullish runs are the trader's pot. Look for the bull necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise and let those bulls bring you the prize.
Oh, what the fuck is this one? Wow. No, that one was garbage. Let's just delete that. Dancing credit card commercial from Shell. This is far too happy for me. I like my jazz to have an undercurrent of depression and heroin addiction. Oh, just buy a put and then listen to that song. This is cooler than making money. Is there a Spotify playlist? No, but I could make one. I could put the Ballad of Dork on there too. Only release the playlist to Pigeon Whale chat, I say. You wrote a song about me losing money on a strangle that I made money on. I know. It was perfect. I'd be sad if you lost money on it. You know what makes me jealous of DFE? Not his millions of dollars, but his ability to tweet out a meme and make 500K in 30 minutes. Yeah, that works. We're building our own lore here, people. Did you see oil? Yeah, I know what oil's doing. What are your thoughts on single stock ETFs and their effect on the underlying stock? They shouldn't have any effect on the underlying stock. What's up, Dork? What kind of feelings? Just had a good hard look and gooned a bit. The get fucked indicator is amazing. You should have shared this with everyone. Things aren't looking great with global. Daddy, can I have money, please? Wait, what? I put gooning my profits away in the shitposting channel for anyone who wants to listen to it. It's K-pop. Go listen to K-pop. If I may be so bold, wouldn't the single stock ETFs or leverage be significantly vulnerable to redemption creation mechanisms we've seen used on GME? No, they shouldn't have any redemption or creation mechanism, except for the leveraged asset which they contain, which is a, derivative based. How does what Dork say affect the potential for OPEX and SLD, and when are they again? They're all starting to suggest, hey guys, oil, yen, dollar dues, S&P, and bonds. Starting to suggest, hey guys, we aren't doing so hot over here. Yeah, no shit. Bulls aren't going to try to pump this before end of day. They might. They have the support at 5,400. Wow. They have more support below that, but there's a decent amount of support at 5,400. If we lose 5,405, we can test 5,395. I don't think we'd go below that. Although 5380 has gotten weaker too. Did you see the ETF creation redemption in larger ETFs mirrors dispersion correlation in the larger market? Yeah. Is Debian in your buy range again? Might be. Yeah, it is. In GS, are you seeing the strike changes? Yeah, but we don't have live data on the platform yet. I mean, so I guess it's not GS, but GS's data pipeline, which we're still in the process of building. Sure, put it into terms people might make a connection with. Ah, okay. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, there's like really high correlation between the yield curve on inverting and the forward returns on vol. I want to make sure I wasn't doing it wrong. No, you're not. Gamma Strike, GS, GIS. it's GIS actually. It's the forward return on the convexity of volatility. So it's the yield on the forward convexity of volatility. It's GIF. Hmm. How much is the out of the money debit spread now? think I could do 1520 for 165 bucks. Break evens at 5408. $54.1680. Interesting. Traffics. Can't you see an assignment about JPOW making my pits at the top from a few months ago? No, I just told you. Can Tesla pass 212.50? I'm trying to make more than $20. Tesla dropped 16 bucks today. And you shorted the bottom. I'm not selling my Vega put profitably. Stop trying to get it to happen. Well, I'm not listening to your fake AI music. Fuck, I'm tired. Post your AI music to Wall Street Bets. I tried to post the JPOW music video there because I thought it was hysterical. And then some cunt moderator over there was like, that's not a meme. And I was like, all right, tool. Turns out Reddit moderators still Reddit moderators. Weird. Maybe don't stay up till 4 a.m., guy. That's silly. I was up till 5 a.m. I traded that fat fucking drop on ES. That was great. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you operate on 2 hours of sleep? Fine. It works perfectly, right? Like you don't want to do smart things when you're trading anyway. It's just like a repeating task. So the less sleep you get, the more likely you are just to do what you've programmed yourself to do. His organs are failing? He isn't. Thanks. Do you own a home that's not in the Midwest? The less sleep you get, the more likely you are to get Alzheimer's. Well, that's what the nicotine's for. I don't own a home. They're all overpriced. Well, if you can't post collateral, this isn't really a conversation we can afford to have. I'll give you both kidneys. I don't need both of them. And my kidneys aren't failing. Jesus. I've never drank or done drugs. I'm the perfect blood boy. I'll give you both of my kids' knees. Ooh. I only need to replace my meniscus. It's just one of them. SPX isn't failing either. It's getting close. I'm getting hooked on buying super cheap out of the money debit spreads overnight instead of strangling. Since vol is higher, but sometimes they burn up. So last night I bought a week of theta. Oops. Draw more irrelevant conclusions from tweets, please. That's the best. DFE is a genius. He never actually has to make a prediction. People will just be like, oh, this meme, that was it. That's what I should do. I'm going to do all my analysis with memes from now on. Can't ever be wrong when there's 5 million interpretations. I already have a hard time, and you tell me exactly. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. You think Monster could test 49 today? I sure as fuck hope not. Diagonal spread? We're falling below the larger sold put position here. Yeah, this is definitely bounce or drop to 53.95. Tesla's a bag of duty. The Bulls got like a $30 and $40 bounce today. that was pretty good for them. Microsoft has a huge head and shoulders on the daily. I know. It seems like bulls are not all on the same page. Definitely some deleveraging the carry while an effort is being made to fight against it. Yep. Yep. So someone got out back in like April. 53.95 is kind of like Dead Sea, right? Can't really push lower than that today without some catalyst. Um it's a big support. It's gonna be hard to get under 5400.
But under 53.95 would be even harder in the intraday. Hmm. Are you gonna straddle the weekend? Yeah. Well, strangle, probably. Is there an idiot neutral trade here or too risky? There's probably. Well, there is. I just don't know if it's worth it. I if I were to do one, I'd probably be looking at like bull puts or something. That resistance. But what's position? Positioning is like the same as it's been all day. It's just not very good. It's we're sitting in the same exact spot we've been in. There might be some more profit taking on the in the money puts. Like 54, 30, 40, but not a ton. And we're still right on top of the 5405, 5400 sold puts. Which if we break through them, we're going to squeeze to the downside. Vol seems to be under control so far compared to the last drop. Less short vol or just not enough fear yet. Well, vol ran up quite a bit today. I mean, VIX is up 15%. Lowest we could go, I think 53.95. What upcoming data can break this market's back? Inflation? Either it drops rapidly. Well, if inflation were to drop rapidly, then I would say that could do it. Yeah, this looks pretty stable. No shit. Let's see what happens with Charm and end of day, but the more puts that get sold to the downside, the more supportive it's gonna be. Do you think we can see ups at the beginning of next week before CPI data? It's possible. There's a point in playing a bounce of same like chop. Is there a point in playing a bounce of same like chop into close? What? Or is it gonna chop? Oh, I have no idea. It really depends on how hard bulls try to push into close. It could. Power hour predictions. If I had to pick something, I'd probably say upside somewhere between here and 25 or 2330. No, 2430. Sorry. But I don't know if it would be here. We're still pressuring the short puts right now. So unless bulls push back against this, we can fail 5400. And they haven't done a great job pushing back against it, right? They tried to push a reversal earlier, it failed. They tried to push another reversal, it got a lower high. Everything else there's been just stuck in this range as they sell downside puts to try to prevent the price from dropping further. But if in the money puts were to come in at like 5420 and those start building up, it could crush the short puts and we can fall into the short puts and squeeze them. If we do, then I think we'd bounce back, but I don't think there's any momentum to be gained from spot. Like, momentum's just flat here. It's fucking boring as shit. I know you guys really want something to happen, but that doesn't mean something profitable is there. I'd love to end up under 5400. Any chance of falling to 53? Probably not today. They're shorting the fuck out of VIX. Yep. They're shorting pretty much every strike below 5400. Heavily. Which should be slightly bullish. They just haven't done it enough to make it very bullish. Most of the shorts that are coming in are longer dated. Good luck shorting vol against the bond market, Todd. Yeah. Imagine trying to short a rising yield. God damn it. Where's that gif of me wiping my tears away with money? Perfect. How did they not just run out of money? There's no margin requirement on 0DT sold puts. So you just rack up credits. If you're worth billions. We're expecting more downs into next week. I think we could start to stabilize around here. I don't think we have any really impactful data on Monday. No. Japanese GDP is probably going to be important Sunday night. But Monday, we have consumer inflation expectations and consumer credit. Maybe used car prices will have a little bit of sway, but we get a 3-year note auction. Tuesday, yeah, there's like no data Monday or Tuesday. And then if inflation is up, that should be bullish. Unless inflation falls through the floor. Like if CPI drops really hard, that'll freak everybody out. Makes no sense that inflation is bullish. It increases the value of the dollar. No problem. Why doesn't it make sense that inflation is bullish? Higher prices, more money. Margins expand. Over the last couple months, articles stating that shipping rates were rising. In reality, the BDI and freight rates have been pulling back. Are these publications just not vetting their statements? So there were rises prior to like July, August. It was still rising. It's falling now, but nobody knows for how long. Insurance is up, yeah. Like the rates may not be up, but shipping costs are up, right? First of all, you're starting to get exported inflation turning back inward, right? So the cost of goods on the ships higher. Fuel was up. It's not now, but it has been, right? It's been like oil prices were pretty elevated. And then yeah, insurance costs are up. You have longer like port to port travel times because they're still sending a lot of ships around the Cape of Good Hope to avoid the Suez Canal, right? So you've got, yeah, I mean, costs are still elevated, I think, but the shipping rates themselves are probably going to pare back in order to try to accommodate some of the increased costs. So the price per container, sure, that they can drop that, right, in order to maintain stable demand. But also like shipping costs dropping, like, well, price per container cost dropping too rapidly is a huge red flag for recession. Because those ships can't sit, right? So they've got to. I mean, they'll drop costs pretty quickly in order to ensure that they have a full load at any port of call. Am I seeing shorting VIX having less impact on SPX? I mean, no. Yes and no. Like shorting VIX doesn't have an impact on SPX. Vol falling has an impact on SPX. But yeah, that impact is reduced in a negative delta and gamma environment. On the short dated contracts, which are what move SPX, right? The majority of SPX's big moves is on the shorter dated high gamma contracts, right? And those are deeply negative, as is the delta on that chain. So you really got to short the shit out of VIX in order to get a move to the upside. What you're seeing now is like VIX shorting just equals credit accumulation, and then if they deploy that on the long side, they might try to push prices up. But any price improvements down here are generally going to be like really rapid and short-lived. Do lubricate your tip with liquidity, or you punch through that resistance. Jesus. Definitely seeing the short-lived effect. Yeah. And the closer we get to delta neutral on the monthly, the less the less momentum bounces are able to build. This last hour be full of power. Could. There's a reasonable upside range from here. I would say there's more range to the upside than the downside. The downside's got about maybe $15 of room, but the upside's got about 20. $22. Chewy Def? What? Chewy dead? Why didn't you fucking short it when it tested Gamma Max and you're gonna short it now? Down 15%. Time to buy puts. Better than that. Is he though? I hope. Short it was 30. Sold a call. Okay. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to short it here after it double bottomed this morning. Oh, because DFV tweeted. That's a great reason to short something. Still bullying him, Gherk? He's bullying me. I'm the one being bullied, getting asked about shorting Chewy when it's down 15% from its local high. Monster's really trying to go for it. I know it's very disappointing. It's only disappointing if it closes above 48.99. It's very close. If we break 15, it's bullish. Yeah, sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
When I say they're tickling my stops, bulls can't do it, can they? They can, absolutely. What does positioning look like above 54.25? Good question. Well, long puts at 54.30, and then long puts at 54.40, sold calls at 30 and 35, and then a big pile of sold calls out above that. Not that some of this can't get squeezed off. It could, if enough momentum were to pick up. The fundraising via PPA change anything? No, not if they're not going to do anything with the fucking money. It'd be a real shame if this call's squeezed. I'm long the 15.25 debit spread, so we'll see what happens. Quick 300 scalp a piece on 55.30s. Nice. Are there time slots in the day that are just bad to trade? I don't agree with that. But that is a bias that a lot of traders keep. I think there's just times when trading is maybe not as good as it is at other times. But it's not the same time every day. There's more volume and more liquidity right after open and into close. full port every market open? Dear God. Doubled my degen port again today. I'm coming back with a vengeance. Nice. That is what I like to hear. He's trying to gain 54.33. Trying to test it at least, yeah. Sec. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. Oh, there we go. Should I just take profit on these right now? Close the short legs? No. I just let it blow through them. Crazy how much better things got. Rising from the ashes like a phoenix. Caw. Oh, stopped out. Well, that answered the debit spread question. Whoever leveraged on slow puts on indexes earlier, this guy. When Upstart back to 13? Yeah, when credit conditions tighten. Yeah, having work calls with open positions is terrible. Alternatively, you could close the positions when you get a work call. But my entries. Oh man. Bears are kind of snapping up the 54-15, but I like the thrill of leaving. Why don't you just box your fucking option in while you like walk away and then fix it when you come back? And if it's unsalvageable, just right? Just don't. No, I don't know. Boring. Next. Okay. You guys just want to fucking goon over your dying options while you're busy talking to your shitty boss. Hey, now that sounds like risk management. I mean, Maybe what Tech Weekly is Tuesday after close because warm inflation saves them. Okay. Interesting. Bowl now. Let's fucking go. Going to the weekend with VIX above 20 and yield curve uninverted has me feeling things. Same. They're nice things too. My SPY 540 soul puts got stopped out. How when do you determine if you get back in or you stay out? I mean, they're not worth getting back into here, right? Hmm. You ever been with a juggalette? No, thank God. If you're into that, it's fine. So far, my debauchery has never brought me to those levels. Fuck. This all looks so bullish. Yeah. Kind of. At least Monster got rejected. It's like 100% return. Maybe I just take it.
That's worse. No. Ezekiel 23:19, 20, yet she became more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth when she was a prostitute in Egypt. It didn't read it, yeah. Whose genitals were like she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of a horse. Are you trying to like vie with Kendra for why didn't it read it? Because it has a filter. You have to beat the filter. Otherwise there's no fun in the game. What did I walk into? The usual. I mean, you've been doing this for 2 years. You'd think you'd know what's going on here. Didn't AI warn you? Later, Wookie Cream. Reading the throat goat scriptures. We ride. Sure. Who is the throat goat? Danrod. Well established. I tried to eat a banana in one bite. It did not go well.
Hmm. I'm gonna ask my wife if we can implement the. It's time to roll HAL 2025 leaps to 2026 leaps. What have you been buying? Wait, you didn't take profit on them? Or are you talking about like recent? The Pickles Picks ones printed hard as fuck already. So I assume you're talking about something more recent that you picked up? I mean, you could. Jan's still pretty far away, though. Guys, it's not about the size. It's about how well you use it. And by it, I mean your brain, of course. It's true. QQQ Strangle's 1.2k. Wait, the Strangle is 1.2k? Seven DT? Oh. Got some 33 and 30 synth longs. Alright. I mean, you just need oil to rebound, right? Ooh. So far, this is just a small correction. Wouldn't Dixie 95? I feel like if Dixie goes to 95, it's going to go a lot lower than 95. How many TLT puts are too much? That's dangerous. I like where your head's at. Think of the gains, man. I know. I am. I kind of want to drop the rest of my longer dated maturities pretty soon. Maybe I put some of that into short TLC. I have to think about it. What's the case for TLT puts? Soft landing? Hard landing. Credit tightens. Top end of the curve moves way the fuck up. Hmm. Glad I got stopped out. Gotten some leaps. On. Hard landing? Wouldn't Yellen get wrecked? Yeah. That's what makes it so intriguing. Awesome. Kinda is, yeah. Mm, okay. Juice Caboose gets derailed. Is that the end of day pump? Maybe. I mean, there's still support here, but there's long puts. So we probably. I don't know. We could still bounce up. There's sold the reason I say that is there's still sold puts at 54.20, and those weren't all able to close at the peak here. So sold puts at 45.05 or 54.05. I am so fucking tired today. And 54.20, also 54.25, and then long puts at 54.15. So the thing that's keeping this pinned here is the net long position at 54.15. So if we break up, it's got some room. If the long puts increase, which they did while we were over 54.20, we could push down into the short puts a little bit. But I would say the most likely close is going to be 54.15 or 54.20. So maybe just 20. Maybe 20 is the best number. So 54. So yeah, so I would say 54.18 or 54.23. With how tired and sick you are, you're still devilishly handsome. Thank you so much. Are my NVIDIA Jan 2026 20Ps gonna prompt? Haven't they? I don't know. When did you buy them? Did you just buy them? Probably not. Well, maybe if there's a market crash. Straight to the hospital after the stream? Yeah, actually. Well, maybe I'll try to take a nap. I don't know. I feel like that's not gonna work. Is GoEV dead? It's back below 150. I'd hardly say it's dead, but it's... I have an account under 10k, and I will not be straddling any index over the weekend. Fair. You're excited for Black Monday and GME MOASS round 3. I think of the markets... Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't really think that's something I need to worry about. I bought them a while ago, but my valuation for NVIDIA is 0. That's ridiculous. I think, like... 40 to 60 is very reasonable. In a big correction, or if we hit a recession. It's not going to 0. Wow, that's still NVIDIA at $400 to $600 a share, right? 40-60 pre-split. What about when we said $200 pre-split was overpriced? Their revenues have changed dramatically since then. Remember, that price was too high on them missing earnings, which they did. But getting back to 20 will be tough. It'll take longer than that for the hype of AI to die off. Their revenue is bullshit. It'll take longer to prove that. When I go to the FBI, I'm auditing them. Is this what you're doing? You're exercising so you can get into the FBI and audit NVIDIA? I don't even think that's under their jurisdiction. Yes. Kerber's gonna make his puts print. That's not true. I already told you guys someone can dress up in a People's Republic of China army outfit and stand on the roof of TSMC with a flag. Are you kidding me? AI just let me write a script using commands that don't exist for the product. Excellent. Don't call me darling, Buttercup. I'll take how I ended up in the hospital for $200, please. Broke 24. What? Jimmy? Oh. As long as Monster doesn't rock into me close, I don't give a shit. You don't care about GME anymore? Not particularly. You know what? SPX just went up $10 in fucking 4 minutes. Why the fuck would I give a shit about GME? It also went down $80 today. There's no SPX memes. It's because it's a brutal mistress. Well, that didn't work. Good try, Bulls. Don't let them make you mad on Friday, Papa. I won't. Just covered dinner with a pump and dump. Nice. Give me 5420 or give me depth. What? No SPX memes, but hear me out. Rule 34. Oh my god. Wait, isn't SPX porn just gain porn? And loss porn? Can we sexualize the SPX? This is your best idea yet, Pterodactyl. And you invented scaping at work. On the clock. Some kind of mistress at any rate. Yeah. Y'all haven't already sexualized SPX? No. Bro, I've been gooning on the SPX for a while. I don't want to play this shit at all. Bears are too feisty. Oh no, my 53.95 sold puts. I better not get fucked. Why is the $49 call on Monster that expires in 8 minutes worth 10 cents? Okay, now it's back to 1 penny. That was weird. No, just bounce off the sold puts at 54.05, right? Right? Bulls. They get their shit together. Jesus Christ. Ooh, I should straddle here. Strangle? 54... 5400, 5425? No, they got it. They got it. Maybe? No. $53.95? Yeah. I'll just wait. My participation in GME was telling everybody 3 days ago that it could run to $25. It's almost done that twice now. Oh, charm. Ouch. Fuck, if this loses 54.05, this is gonna get ugly. Oh shit, I need to close those short puts. Hmm. Okay, I gotta. Well, I think that stop will trigger. Should I bet the 5410? Or should I go long the 5400? I should have treated it as a Toy Story meme, and then they would have listened to you. I forgot reading's hard. I want to play the Ballad of Dork to send us into the weekend. I wish I knew Dork's end of day position. That would make.
Dork was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway, fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. But whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
So beautiful. Oh, your Huckleberry. Hot take, Dork song better than the J-Pow song. Whoa! First off, fuck you. Second, it's catchier. I'll give it that. Play the J-Pow song? Oh, it's too depressing. Alright. Oh wait, we don't have time. The day's ending.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising.
I guess I
with the
don't need to do an
sunrise.
end of
Each
day.
day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man
Oh
we
yeah,
thought
that's a
you'd
good
be.
idea. I'll just do it as an outro. Perfect. Closing below my target. This is bullshit. Bulls need to pump this fucking $10 in like 20 seconds. Yeah. Ah, you fucking suck. Just capitulating to the 54.15 puts. Garbage. At least I can get stopped out of my bull put spreads. That's good. Could be worse. I did not go long with 5,400 like I should have. Alright. But we dumped really hard again. We did get the technical continuation. 2 failed tests at the 55.34 level. And then we dropped to the bear signal, 54.33, where we gained a tiny bit of support before failing lower towards 5,400. The next major downside test on futures is going to be 53.34. But the 5,400 level is fairly supportive here. That is the exact bottom of the expected range for today. Well, my expected range. The market maker was a little bit off at 1.36%. Lost a tad bit more than that. Falling 173 basis points for the day. Commodities also fell again. Oil had a bit of a clawback this morning and into end of day, but ultimately ended up down 140 points. Gold and the rest of the precious metals fell. Copper down, and agricultural commodities also down today. Maybe slightly lower inflation expectations. Dollar up today. Some of the drop in unemployment at least helped on that side. Yields at the top end of the curve started to turn around into the end of the day. We got correlation moved up pretty strongly, found a top and closed slightly lower than that, but we're continuing to see the dispersion trade break down as tech leads the way to the downside. Carry trade had a lot of volatility earlier, but closed pretty flat actually on the day. After last night's kind of shock from the German balance of trade. So leverage out on the long end at 6.5x, leverage in the 3-month at 7.3, and where we see leverage falling off the hardest is here on the 6-month at 6.9. Forward yield on volatility still in excess of the federal funds rate at 8.63%, and the yield curve closed the day uninverted. Bond vol probably moving up on that news. Correlation up quite a lot today. You see the most direct impact between correlation and SPX there. Tail risk hedging is starting to pick up, but has a long way to go. We are getting more bought puts on the chain. They're still greatly outnumbered by the sold puts, but some are coming in. 60.03% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And cash VIX correlation, VX correlation, contract in front, up a little bit into the end of the week. So a little bit more positively correlated there. We might start watching these on the daily, since correlation is so high. It might be more important to start looking at this on the daily so we can see a short vol builds up and that correlation breaks on a smaller time frame. Right, so this is where we got the big big vol short, right? And they tried to stabilize prices, and then correlation kind of increased into the end of the day as we started to fail a second time. Fed fund futures now pricing in 1.175 cuts for February. This is we're almost at 5 cuts priced in, like 525-point cuts. This is starting to become a very rapid pace of rate cuts, and it's going up very quickly. The assumption here is that we're headed towards a recession or stagflation. It's very bearish. Yeah, Fed fund futures in the bond market do not agree with equities current pricing, not even a little. So we'll have to watch out for that. It continues to climb. If inflation data next week comes in really soft, like 0.1 or 0 month over month, could be a very big surprise to the downside. If inflation does stabilize at 0.2 or moves up to 0.3, that might give the dollar enough of a boost for the bulls to kind of pull themselves up by their bootstraps and push some of their underwater short vol position back out of the money. But we'll see. I'm not really sure how much of the wealth effect is going to be represented in this print. A little bit. This is going to be the August print, so it's gonna have some of that residual wealth effect, but we'd probably see more of it in the September print, which will be coming in October. No stag, no inflation. Well, yeah, as long as GDP continues to rise, right? Out here on the weekly, we have close on SPX at 54.08, and this is below the bear signal at 54.46. The next important supports to the downside are going to be like 52.88 and then down at 50.22, so 5,000. Yeah, that's not super bullish. There'll probably be some support in here where the CTA trigger is. And this is like 52.64. That level's kind of important because of where it was on the monthly. Right, this like 52.64 was kind of like the peak for March, April, and June. It wasn't until June that we broke higher, and we still closed below it in June. And that, or I'm sorry, it wasn't until June that we broke higher. So it was March, April, May high. So and we recovered shortly after losing this level last time. Before the CTA triggers really fired off, and we got an even larger sell-off than we were expecting. But if this level, and especially this level, are lost, that represents a significant amount of the positioning for the entirety of the bull move up for the last 3 months. And if all of these buyers and these buyers start realizing losses, right? That's very bad. And remember, this month started off on a fairly bullish note, so not a great close. Memes or saving them for Sunday? I mean, what do you want to talk about? The GME? GME saw a little bit of covering into close. It's like double topping short of Gamma Max. It'll depend on how much Delta picked up on the chain with the DFE tweet today. It might take a little while because Delta on the chain is extraordinarily low. Oh, fuck GME. Go to the hospital. I'm going, don't worry. Alright, that's it. thank you guys so much. I'll see you Sunday for the members stream. I hope everybody has a lovely weekend. Later.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise. Each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volker Arthur Burns in our memory. I see the shuttered storefronts, places my granddaddy built. Folks are pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome Powell, it's the path you chose to take. We're aching from inflation while you gamble on our fates. You'll never be a Volker, your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. Families gather around the table, stretching meals that are too small. Mama's crying in the kitchen, hearing every child's call. You could have changed the story, eased the burden and the strain. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. I remember when it all started, promises of skies so blue. Now we're walking in the shadows, wondering what you're gonna do. Every speech you mumble just leaves us in despair. Jerome Powell, we are waiting, but it seems you don't care. The echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains. Of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains.